All right, we are back with Creeper World. I guess I'm saying back for anyone that watched the first episode. I'm probably going to move it into unlisted status and title it as a demo. I played Creeper World for slightly less than an hour 4 years ago in June of 2016. It's now August of 2020, and I remember nothing from this game other than it's like kind of a tower defense title. I figured it won the vote, and we're going to play it until we beat it, so I figured I'm just going to start over. But if you're really interested in seeing my truly, absolutely, never ever played it before blind response to it, check the video description. There should be a link to that first episode from 4 years ago. But let's go ahead and get started. I think it's story mode we want to check out here. In the year 13,271, humankind has colonized thousands of worlds. I guess that's fair if you're sitting at that far ahead. Spread into a fantastic and bountiful empire. I was like, there's some kind of like gray goo thing. That's what the creeper is. It was retro, very long time ago. From the sky without purpose or reason. 50 worlds fell on the first day. 500 billion lives were lost. It's a lot of dead people. Wanted nothing, and it could not be reasoned with. Purpose was to undo all that man had done. You had quadruple hours. Wow. Not specifically Creeper World 1, but like the franchise. It's COVID-19. Last survivors of humanity have gathered at a world called Hope. Assembled by the visions of a crazed old man. City's been built to house the 50,000 that survive. Humanity's final journey has begun. Follow my instructions precisely. Odin City is the center console. It's almost ready to launch. Click the collector button in the command bar. There's an arrow showing you the button. Okay. Build the collector where I've indicated. Connected to my existing node. Click cancel to cancel build node. Let's right click. Okay. Collectors produce energy. Each collector produces energy proportional to the green area around it. So this is sort of like the power lines in Factorio, which I've played now since last trying this game. Position collectors so they create the greatest total green area with the fewest collectors. Structures must be connected to Odin City to be operational. The collector you just built not only produces energy, but it also connects a group of existing collectors to Odin City. And this is Odin City. There are some unfinished collectors to the east of Odin City. Since we're now connected to the city, they can be finished. Odin City will produce and deliver packets to these collectors. We have minutes before the first wave of creeper arrives. We must act fast. Build a relay where I've indicated. Cancel. Relays create long-range connections, but only with other relays. They can be useful for spanning valleys or creating more direct paths to your base. Right, isn't the creeper like a liquid? It's like a goo, so it fills up different elevations at different rates. Once the relays are complete, the 3 newly connected blasters will start to charge. Blasters are built earlier, but have not yet fully armed. There's an additional blaster just to the northeast of the city. Click it now. This one. Now click where I've indicated to move the blaster. Holding off the goop. Activate 3 rift totems in order to activate the rifts. Totems are in the upper right corner of the map. Click Odin City and fly her to the location I'll indicate. So it's filling the totems in the corner, it looks like. And it's automatically going to try to exit when that happens. Okay, I think I get it. Achievement awarded. I'm going to turn the game audio down a little bit. 1 second. Hope. God, sure, I'll submit my score. Why not? Taurus. You've drifted to the next world. Journey has begun. Our goal is to leave each world as quickly as possible. On each world we visit, the creeper will be hunting us. It's destroyed thousands of worlds and won't hesitate to destroy the few of us that remain. Our first rip jump has erased our databanks. We've lost valuable nano schematics. Okay, so we have to get some of those tech trees back, I guess. Collect the tech, activate the rift totems, build 1 or 2 blasters and use them to push back the creeper that's headed this way from the south. Move your blasters forward slowly, a small jump at a time. Each time you jump, build collectors behind the blasters to extend your network. Once you get the schematic connected to our network, you'll be able to build relays again. Okay. So it needs to be within range of the previous one. And I'm limited by my energy, right? That's what determines whether or not I can do these things. All my energy comes from Odin City, is that right? We want to move these guys. Let's see. Total ground covered by collectors. I see. Now, if I pick up a charged blaster and move it, does that mean it sacrifices any charge it built up to that point? Every green square contributes to energy production. Okay. Don't lose it. Stores charge. No schematics. We have to be able to clear that. Right, because it has to physically move. You don't just get to move it there for free. That makes sense. Basically, we're just trying to advance over here to get to the schematic. And if my energy is full, I should probably be building more things. What actually collects the schematic? Can I just pick it up myself once I've got a node connected to it over here, like a collector? Or I have to build one on top of it or something? Because I tried to build new things. Oh, over here. Connected through a blaster that got moved. That's why I wasn't shooting anymore. Okay. So basically I need to be sending energy to the schematic in order to be able to obtain it. Is that right? Does my energy try to flow according to some rules? Like, does it go on the shortest path first before it starts going other places? I'm gonna need a relay to be able to get across that gap there. Shortest path randomly split between goals. Can I do anything to the source of the creeper? Or no, not really. Now, once I've built it, I can't... I guess I can hit destroy on it, right? So I can't build it in the creeper, right? How can I cross this gap? I thought I was going to put a relay at the edge of this. Oh, here we go. I wonder why it wasn't showing that they would connect earlier. That's what I was trying to do. Now this creeper is getting deeper, right? It's going to fill up higher once it gets a certain number of... Once this blue completely fills, it might spill over onto the higher ground, I guess. There we go. It only shows connections when we have a valid build location. If I move this down, I might be able to destroy it. How long does Creeper have to be in contact with like a blaster in order for it to destroy it? Is it like the instant it touches it, it dies? The blasters can't be destroyed? It'll automatically leave once the rift is built. Blasters have a bit of HP, collectors and relays only have 1 HP. And it does damage per time tick. First. Fitch. The old man gave us the coordinates for each of these worlds. The gods only know where he got them. He's the only reason we've survived long enough to build Odin City in the first place. There's a nano schematic for energy storage on this world. Build out a base and collect this as your first order of business. Allow you to construct storage pods that will buffer the energy our collectors produce. Useful when you need to build or arm lots of things at the same time. Watch the red starvation indicator in the lower right of your command bar. Set deficits. This is large, you're building too many things or powering too many things at once. Fall back or build more energy collectors. Okay, so we want to get to this thing first. So you definitely want to try to connect any existing networks. It's just kind of like recommending places to put stuff at the start of the stage. Do these walls slow the spread of the creeper or just kind of like direct it? Energy storage tech now available. So where should energy storage go? Should it be close to the city? Should it be towards the end of my lines? Dissolve after a while. Can blasters shoot over those walls? Little green blocks. Basically, the idea of the storage units is it's like it'll cause these things. It'll cause Odin's city to keep sending out energy if it has nothing else to spend energy on. Right, so that it's not wasting time ticks doing nothing. Oh, I see the little blocks dissolving now, okay. What governs a turret's ability to cover an area and keep the creeper from filling? Does it have to do with there being darker blue, like deeper creeper? Deeper the creeper, the faster it absorbs the wall. Okay. And generally I want to like maintain a front. I want to keep pushing my turrets ahead because the ones in the back aren't doing anything. But then I need to have a node connecting these units, I guess, right? Because this one's doing something in that it's connecting my network. Turrets only break off one layer of one square where they hit. Okay. So I think I can move this one now. This one's not connected to my network anymore, is it? Okay. Why do I need to build collectors up? So I have more total energy going out, I guess. So what is the difference between the colors of energy coming out of Odin's city? Red is ammo. Does it try to like equally divide that as much as possible? Nodes towards building versus nodes towards resupplying versus nodes toward, I guess gray is new buildings. There we go. So this is the thing with RTS is that I'm only just recently kind of wrapping my head around what's the tell that I should be building more collectors when I have a glut of energy? Is that collectors that should be building more? Or no, those are the storage ones that when I have a glut of energy, I should build those. If I don't have enough energy to supply my stuff, I should start building collectors. I guess I don't know the order, like, when should I be focusing on turrets versus when should I be focusing on collectors? Excellent job in that last world. You outperformed any of the simulator's predictions. Scanners show a high priority target in the lower right. There's a nano schematic for a major weapon system. Orions on board say their military have been working on anti-creeper mortars and fire over walls and at higher terrain elevations. Blasters require line of sight. Mortars mostly useful against deep pools of creeper. Shells it fires will destroy any depth of creeper down in the terrain. Always auto-targets the thickest creeper. Blaster should be used against thin creeper that spreads everywhere. Mortar should be positioned to fire at deep pools of creeper. Select the mortar and click deactivate in the lower left of the command bar. Okay. Let me see what the options are in this game really quick. Mist effects, particle effects. You want to try to like place collectors at the maximum possible range from the previous collector in order to get as much green area as you can? Or do you want them to try to overlap a little bit so that you get as much green coverage as you possibly can? As far as possible. Filling in the little gaps, or is the max distance already going to leave no gaps? Mortar tech available. It's probably not close enough because the circle is showing me its range, right? I guess I could build it and then redistribute it. So I don't want buildings that I intend to move to be like the center of my network, right? I want to have multiple connections in those cases. If I plan to move this mortar, I don't want it to be the one thing that's connecting everything else, like I did on the first level by mistake. Okay. I have a glut of energy, so I should probably build storage now, I guess. I think it said it tries to go for the deepest creeper first, right? Still looks like I have a lot of energy, so I could afford to build more collection storage nodes. Should storage nodes generally be built within the green, or does it really matter? You're basically saying you want redundancy instead of just a single line. So is this mortar not glow? It doesn't have ammo yet. Okay. Anyway, I wasn't shooting at that one yet. This guy needs ammo, that's why it's not doing anything right now. Okay. Now I can start to maybe build something further down in there. Well, that didn't work. Redundancy is important. It's a blaster. Can sufficient mortars and blasters hold off the creeper indefinitely? This guy can probably move now. So you can like leapfrog forward a bit, sort of. As long as it's connected to the network and can continue to be resupplied with ammo. So that blaster might be able to get me to this rift unit down here. How's it going with effects? Probably one more collectors so that I'm not struggling to not run out of ammo on my front lines, right? So I might be able to get a collector in here now. But I want to have it be as redundant as possible. Able to relay at the city and chain relays to your front lines. Why? What does that achieve? Harder to advance uphill. Let me try to figure out what you're talking about here. They can move anywhere. They just try to take the shortest path along the line, basically. I might discuss, if you feel like something is an advanced tactic, I'm still pretty new to this game, maybe discuss it in hide first, because I'm still kind of wrapping my head around how to just beat this level. I feel like it's quickly going to become control groups in RTS games, right? No worries. If I place something like that and it instantly blows up, did I actually lose anything? So I don't think any resources managed to make it to the thing for me to lose something. I don't have to like spend energy to start building, right? So I can like feel out the edges a little bit. I guess I can kind of see how these relays are helpful. But I need to get down in the southwest corner. What is this mist effect? Does that mean it's like pouring over the edge or something? I guess I have to get better at, like, visualizing what's going on in this game. Basically, these creeper emitters over here are trying to make deeper creeper, but my current network is mostly holding it off, I guess, but not completely. When they fly over the creeper, right? They won't get destroyed unless they actually touch it on the ground, I guess. So I'm not super clear how the storage is working right now. Are none of the storage units filling up simply because I'm at capacity with the turrets are constantly having to get ammo? Increases your maximum capacity. Oh, so they're like, what were they? The supply depots in StarCraft? They just increase the number. They don't actually, like, their position doesn't matter and energy doesn't have to flow to them. I understand. Okay, I thought it was like gonna send energy to them and it would sit in that building and then flow out of that building later. I think I got you. So the best ways I can improve flow right now is to build more relays from my base towards my guns, basically. And just try to make as straight of a line as possible with the relays. Does it matter if it's messy, or messy is better because it means there's more redundancy? Yeah, I was under the impression that that was increasing, that was including energy that was stored in the physical supply depots, but the actual placement of them is irrelevant. I guess other than the fact that if they get destroyed early on, then it would reduce my maximum capacity, right? Unless he's better. It's trying. I don't think so. I'll build another one down here. I really gotta hold this back better. What determines the flow rate from Odin City? Can that rate ever be increased? This might get me to end the stage here. Packets move faster on relay-to-relay connections. Okay. flow rate from Odin City a function of the generation rate from my collectors? Now, is this just a cutscene Odin City leaving, or can something go wrong while it's on its way to the rift? It's a cutscene, okay. Everything's gonna get depowered on its way there anyway. Information I've been withholding since we left Hope. The data links were lost. We also lost the coordinates for most of the worlds the old man left us. We can go anywhere, and we have no knowledge of where to go. All worlds are lost and covered in creeper. The path given to us by the old man must have had some reason and meaning. This world is the last world we have coordinates for. If you activate the rift totems, I don't know what coordinates to enter. I might be able to pick a random world. There's an artifact in the middle of the map. You might want to check it out. What's this thing? Okay. Now, is 2 connections whenever I build a collector always better than 1? If I'm able to get it. I need there to be relays for me to jump over gaps like this, right? Not necessarily when you initially build. That's lucky. Connect to the existing systems if possible. So this wall's not going to hold for very long up here, basically. Sometimes make sacrifices to finesse relays across gaps. There's room for balancing redundancy and efficiency. You get the hang of it as you go. Okay. This prompts a comparable stress to what I usually feel when starting an RTS, but it's not as severe. This mostly because it's focused on the macro part and the micro just plays automatically. It's a bunch of extra area. Let's build some storage units. Do storage units act as connection nodes? Like, if a collector is destroyed and there's still a storage unit nearby, can it keep a network running? Or every building works as a connection node, it doesn't matter what it is? I feel like you could do a lot over here if you're able to build a mortar up here early before this wall gets completely eaten. Seems like that's easier said than done. So now I have a deficit. I've told it to build too many things at once. Okay, I see. That might improve once this network gets activated, I assume. So you can think of each supply line as being... There's only one endpoint regardless of what's queued up to be built after it, right? So if there's... This is one endpoint and this is another endpoint. So it's going to try to divide the resources exactly between these two. And if I built a third one like here, it would divide it in 3 with this one as well. Every building is a connection node. There has to be a collector or a relay at least every other step of the chain. Okay, that's something that I didn't realize. It's good to know. That's about to be bad. I'll build that in time, I don't think. Nope. Looks like it wants to build the rift first, or at least build the rift early. Now I can't move collectors. Okay. Once a rift is powered, is it permanently powered, or does it have to have power constantly flowing to it once that meter's full? Nodes connect as invincible connection nodes. These rift things here. Oh, this is where we're saying every other node has to be a collector or a relay. I can't build 2 guns that support each other. I think I'm starting to kind of get the basic idea. Oh, right, and these things can't fire over walls. So me building this here is not going to be helpful until this creeper breaches this wall here. Let's see what happens when the mortar builds. I don't have creeper world vision yet, so... Is there any way for me to toggle like a numerical value for the deepness of the creeper in any given area? Take it this is 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deepness, just based on the darkness of the blue color. Won't it die instantly if I move it over the wall? This didn't die instantly. Up now the walls are destroyed. Well, I'm gonna lose all this down here. Shit, I shouldn't have moved those. Can't step back time, unfortunately. I'm gonna lose my mortar too. What was the point of moving it there? What was supposed to happen? I moved it into the creeper and it just died after a few seconds. It's okay, I'm just trying to understand how the game works. The packets had gotten to it faster, it could have cleared the creeper and just held the ground it was standing on, basically. Need to be 2 or 3 of them. Leapfrogging is a thing I'm going to get used to eventually. Don't have the feel for it just yet. Probably want to build a mortar over here. Because my energy's full, that means build more storage, right? And it doesn't particularly matter where. I guess you kind of want to prefer to build your storage in safe areas closer to your base or further from creeper threat. Build a relay over that cap. Would that stretch? That seems really long. It's not quite. It's like a couple tiles too short to make it. Maybe if I can destroy that part of the creeper there. Scientists analyze the artifact. The results are at first puzzling. Definitely not beyond this world. It contains writing not used by Cetusians. Codes the coordinates of 5 known worlds. Oh, cool. It's 11,261 years old. They're carved into it in the year 2010. Hey, that's around the release of this game. I have to move the mortar. Oh, I can move things without energy. Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna make it. Maybe it's just very close to being able to make it, just not quite. Just have to wait for it to finish building before I can move it, right? Keep building storage. Looks like I'm doing great in that territory. So that just barely connects. Okay, thank you. More networks where possible. Keep doing it, turrets. You got this. So proud of you. That mortar's doing work right now, it looks like. It's really keeping everything at bay. So, given that there's not creeper in this ravine, do I have a lot of like wasted territory that I don't have covered in green right now? Should there be collectors all along this? I think I didn't build them there initially because I was worried about that filling up with creeper early on. That only became true once I cleared the stuff near that choke point, basically. I'm just trying to understand what best practice would be. First, I should try to increase coverage as much as possible, I guess. I think I've got this here in a second anyway. I'm guessing the flow rate from the city is a function of the number of collectors you have. And I guess your max energy. Some stages are too pressed for time. This one actually seems easier than the previous level. And then it's easier to outpace the creeper. How often do these creeper generators generate creeper? It's like every 3 or 4 seconds, it looks like. And they just like send a little bit out in every direction. I do like the idea that you're building these networks and then abandoning them on every planet in order to get away. Coordinates we got from the artifact on Cetus have taken us to the Step Pyramid ruins in a world called Ara. The world is one of the first worlds destroyed by the Creeper. How some numbers written on a tablet in the year 2010 could come to represent this exact location must be some sort of crazy cosmic coincidence. Is there anything of tangible value in the world? It's a nano schematic for improving the efficiency of our network. Allows the construction of nodes that provide a global speed up to all packets. Oh, cool. Okay, so there are certain nodes that act like tech upgrades or weapon upgrade buildings in an RTS game. Like, I guess storage is like a supply depot for the Terrans, or a farm in Warcraft 1. Now, if you have a thing that provides a global speed up, is that only true so long as that building hasn't been destroyed? Blasters can't fire at elevations higher than themselves, since you have to fight up the steps of a great pyramid. You need to be aggressive with your blasters and move them into the creeper. They can take some moderate exposure to it, just make sure you have the blasters supplied with a nearby network node when you make a move to take higher ground. This is what I want to do. I don't know if this is stupid or not yet. I gotta start building some storage now. Major deficit because I've queued too many things at once, right? Oh, these guys are gonna get destroyed. I didn't realize that wall was that thin. So I should already have some turrets here guarding this area for next time. So I'm probably going to lose and die and restart here. So maybe I shouldn't be messing with storage until all of my gray buildings are already built and I'm showing a full energy meter. It's not really helping anything. I need to be getting more collectors first, right? I see that there's little choke points. Is there a keyboard shortcut for destroy? Looks like this game is mostly clicking, right? Not a lot of mouse actions. Mortars can shoot over walls. I can try to take advantage of that now once he's finished building, although I think I might be in trouble. Delete. Doesn't look like it. Energy storage is the lowest of the low priority. It's a thing you do once you've got full green bar here and everything else is built, right? Okay. This might already be too late. This might be unsalvageable, but I think I've learned lessons from this level about how to handle it early on. It's a level where I understand deficits better. Alright, it tries to go for the deepest possible creeper in range. It's less effective against shallow creeper, or less energy efficient against shallow creeper. But it can still be better than a turret in that it can fire over walls, which turrets can't do. It's kind of believe in yourself, I know, right? Sounds awesome. I'm gonna be able to get over to that in time. We'll see if this is really messing that up very well or not. Packet speed tech now available. Do these stack? Can I build any number of these? Seems like something I very, very badly want. Do they stack indefinitely? So you can have any number of them? So, blasters can't fire up onto creeper. Can they fire down onto creeper on a lower elevation? They can, okay. So it's good to get these, like, positions like these here. Maybe having mortars there too isn't bad. Need more collection. Let me work on that now. Oops. Destroy. Now, this elevation area here, is this creeper eventually going to pull up so much that it's going to overflow and just completely wreck me? Fit in theory, but it probably won't because it's trying to flow here instead, and I've got these blasters protecting this area right now. Creeper height and the elevation meter. Oh, this right here. Oh, thank you. I was actually just saying I wish there was like a number, that I wasn't just having to work based on color. So that's what I'm mousing over. Okay, thank you, that's very helpful. Disarm for now. Doing a little bit better on energy coverage now. Okay, this level I think I'm understanding a little bit better. I kind of brute forced the previous stages. I'm still not all the way there, but this is a good teaching level, I think. like that this game feels like a stripped down RTS / Factorio style game. I know it was much earlier than some of those titles. All right, let's see. So are speed upgrades basically always good? They don't cost anything once they're built, right? As long as they're built somewhere and they're safe, they can get bullets to the front lines much faster, that sort of a thing. Higher depth wave over here, slowly approaching. Creeper World 4 has a demo out now, that's cool. So back to needing more territory. Oh yeah, I like the speed upgrade. Big fan. I see. It's just too deep, I guess, for me to... I would need to have multiple blasters to be able to start building stuff up there. Let's see. I can start building some now. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I can see how it has a lot of the same ideas. So I guess it's a tower defense, but it feels more like a RTS with no micro. Which I'm glad we're playing this again after I've struggled so much with other RTS games, because maybe it'll teach me some much needed lessons that I need to learn. So even though that's going to land on a little bit of creeper, it should be okay, because it should be able to destroy what's directly underneath it before it dies. Okay, looks like that's right. I can imagine what micro would involve, is it looks like everything flows automatically. I don't have to, like, tell my units that are built here to go here. They just go to whatever is the most efficient, right? I see. But that one won't have any power, so I don't have any collectors up there. So I'm gonna move it back out of there before it dies. Might be able to hold its own up there too, we'll see. So I can shoot around this a little bit, it looks like, okay. We have more guns that I can send forward up here to help out. I'm sure those of you that have Creeper World Vision are like, oh my god, you've got guns in the back that are sitting around doing nothing, move them forward. I'm just still getting a feel for seeing those. I guess they're this game's equivalent of like an idle worker, right? Now, if they're just sitting there, they're not consuming energy, I guess, so it's not the end of the world. It could be worse. But they are a fully built turret that I could be using instead of building a new turret. Idle turrets are just like having extra speed nodes you didn't need or more storage you'd never dip into. Just a small opportunity cost. Okay. Yeah, I feel like the punishment for misplaying in this game is low, and I feel like you can certainly make mistakes in this that will become more noticeable as the stage progresses, but at least for the stages so far, it feels like you have time to respond. You can try to back up and clean up at your base if you can't like make the map unwinnable because I guess the thing that's nice is that the creeper is always spreading at the same rate on the stage no matter what. I guess there's design space for them to ramp it up or make it more complicated. But when you're dealing with a constant rate of pressure, you can fall behind that pressure instead of matching it, and then you have a little bit of time to clean up versus an RTS where until you understand the map, you can fall so far behind that you're better off just restarting the level. I guess so far all of these maps are perfect information. You load in and you see all the creeper generators and you can figure out exactly what's going to happen. There's no like, let me find out where the enemy bases are. I guess they could have Fog of War be a design space thing for later levels. Hooray! Took longer than I needed to on that level, but it's helping me to understand the mechanics a little bit better. I think that it's a lot more likely that I'll learn a game like this playing it blind without having to like load a map, die to it, and then start over to have a chance at winning it. I think that's what's so frustrating to me about like StarCraft maps and Warcraft maps, where it's like, I feel like I should just send scouts out, check where all the bases are, write them down, and then reload the map, and now I have a chance at it, right? All right. Corvus. Once lush ocean world of Corvus, I always dreamed of visiting this beautiful world. Now it's a dry, barren rock. There are survival pods in this world. All cities on alert status and medical are mobilizing. Build out a network to connect to the pods so we can rescue the survivors. Sensors show the creeper is massed and is rushing this way in a wave like we've never encountered. It must sense the survivors. Okay, let me give this one a try. Now, can the creeper get to the pods and destroy the pods? Is that a kind of a time limitation of the stage? They want that to be a relay, actually. So the problem with relays is they don't actually count for building coverage, right? We want to try to take advantage, like the floor is lava, basically. Survivors rescued. Now I can use a relay to rescue survivors as well. In fact, maybe I'm even meant to. Okay. Well, actually, no, we want to build it down here. It is the floor is lava. I can't quite make it across there. I'm probably going to need some kind of turret. As long as the energy can make it there. Oh, so it could go up here. I know it's still connect to those. Thank you, that was something I was not understanding. Probably have to restart this one in order to save all the pods, but I think I get the level a little bit better now. This one's gonna die, I think. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get people there in time. I think I realized that collectors can only collect on their elevation. I thought it would extend down if they were up high. This one only got up here instead of going further down at the same time. I'm not building more because I'm trying to make sure the energy goes to the ones that I've already set up, and then I'm going to get a bunch of collectors if I can. I guess knowing that ratio of should I be building collectors or should I be letting my current build queue finish is going to take me a while to get my handle on. Oh, interesting. I don't think I realized that when the survivor's rescued, it doesn't count as a node anymore. Didn't notice these guys down here, but I can probably wait to save them until later. It's going to take a while for them to fill up. Can I disarm this temporarily so that more energy goes towards saving the survivor? Oh, but wow, I'm feeling the creeper build faster as a result. Dang. I see, because there's a node to start sending energy to the next end of the chain right away. Yeah, I see. So having the turret off there didn't really save me any time. Basically, because this isn't empty and I don't have a deficit, it was fine to leave the turret on the whole time, right? Yeah, I guess I didn't understand. I thought that it was trying to do load balancing and that it would send energy at double the speed over here if I turned off the turret. Could start working on more collectors now, sure. Turning off the turret to build more of them, basically. think I'll save the last person up there here in a second. There's a new Frog Fractions game coming. That game's great. It's exciting to hear. These aren't built terribly well, unfortunately. Close to saving the last survivor, and then I can just kind of take my time and try to overcome the existing creeper. All survival pods have been secured. 27 people have been saved. One of the survivors told us of the crew of a science mission that's been extragalactic deep space for the last 20 years. They just recently returned to our galaxy to find every world they visited covered in creeper. Interesting. Approached by an old man 20 years ago, given a stone by the man before any of his crew set on their deep space mission. Good luck charms in the ready room. Okay. Wish I had placed this slightly differently so I could fit a turret or something over there. Let's see what the mortars accomplish up here. Yeah, an old man is a proper noun. A deficit at the moment. I gotta get more coverage when I can. And the mortars help a bit with the creeper in my immediate vicinity. Can't fit a relay and a turret on that southwest plateau anyway. Okay. This is an interesting level as far as like requiring you to be careful with your area coverage, since you're kind of got these little islands that you need to protect. Try to hold this island and then build some terrain control there. Pick two. Yeah, this is the first level I've had to deal with these tiny islands, so I have to be a little bit. I can't just like haphazardly place everything like I've been doing. So you can only move weapons, right? You can't move relays and collectors. You just have to destroy the existing ones. I know I'm running at a huge deficit right now, but I'm trying to see if I can regain any terrain. So this shows me the elevation, but it doesn't tell me the creeper depth. Oh, I see. So, okay. If I don't see the creeper above the elevation, that means it's 1. It's shallow. Can't fit anything in that bottom corner, it looks like. to fit in a little bit more coverage up here. You don't see any purple above the elevation, it's very shallow, which means that a turret can single-handedly remove it, right? If you know the difference in elevation between 2 points, you know that's how much creeper will be dangerous. Okay, I think I see what you mean. Now I could maybe move an existing turret further forward to claim this territory, provided that it's already full of ammo, right? Or I guess I could disarm this one to let it charge an ammo and then move it up here. And then it should be able to hold that spot. You risk the turret when you do that. How can I be sure that the turret will be able to hold its own when it lands? I guess it's based on distance from how long it's taking for it to get restocked with ammo. If it's constantly showing as empty, it's probably a bad idea, I guess. Let's see a problem over here. I still have a deficit issue at the moment, though. I might see about turning off the mortars temporarily and see what that gets me. In terms of... because I've got all shallow around here. And the mortars are kind of a waste if they're only being used to deal with shallow creeper, right? Two turrets together can survive one height creeper. So I'll let the mortars fill up on ammo and see what I can hold here before I turn them back on. If I can get a little bit more shallow territory near the islands, I can try to get more energy. I'm wondering if these two turrets will be able to hold this area over here or not. Disable the turrets in the east once the mortars are going. Okay, so these guys are basically covering each other now, right? Okay, I'm gonna see if I can hold this location. Maybe. I can hopefully get a little bit more green. I like this level a lot because it's teaching you about, like, the island layout, I guess. I haven't really been forced to think of it that way in previous stages. To activate those two rear blasters before the mortars. Which rear blasters? Sorry, I'm new to the game. I'm still trying to get Creeper World vision. Oh, okay. Alright, still running a deficit. Feeling a little bit better about this. Yeah, something I really like about this game is that it's possible to tread water, which I feel like is something I struggle with in RTS games. Where if I'm just standing around thinking about what I'm going to do next, I'm losing just by sitting and thinking. So it's okay for me to play suboptimally for a little bit and try to consider what I'm doing. Again, I think that just comes down to the fact that the threat is persistent, constant pressure, at least in the early stages. Like, I'd almost prefer to play, like, if someone actually made a MOBA-style single-player map where there was just an infinite line of creep that was constantly pressuring your base. I think that would force me to learn how to deal with it better, because I think that's effectively what's happening. Like, the computer making units and occasionally sending them to attack you is basically the same as that. But the creeper coming at you constantly like this is actually really good for me to learn it better, I think. Learning about flow. Physics, RTS, tower defense. Something, something. A little mortar down here because it's starting to get deep, I guess. Okay, I guess my deficit's going down. Things are getting a little bit better now than they were before. I don't know, that turret can't fire up onto this plateau. I'd have to send two of them at the same time to cover that area, right? Which I guess I can do. See if this works or if I regret this horribly. Viscosity versus pipe pressure. It's hydrodynamics. Let's see how this works if they die. Because they're a really long ways away from resources. I'm gonna do speed, I think would help me with that problem. So I definitely want to build my speed upgrades inside of the existing green networks. I don't want to use up space that I could use for growing my territory, right? Now it's not sending the bullets down here in time. Oh, I see. It's causing problems for me already. Sure. Because every single one of them counts as an endpoint that it's now trying to divide resources among. Sure. So this could be extremely bad. We'll see. So I probably should have just built one to start with while I was doing okay. Now I've got a really bad deficit. And I'm losing turrets. Okay. I'm learning it. This is a bad mistake, but it's one I feel like I can recover from if I can get back to treading water here in a second. Okay, now that these are faster, that's going to help me to get more territory up here, which is nice. Too bad I can't fit something up there without getting rid of the relay. So this is a kind of level where storage, you're probably not going to be building storage until the level's already almost done, basically. I'm gonna get a turret to protect this area over here. It might already be too late. Let's see. The mortars are doing some work right now. It's helpful. Yeah. I still don't completely intuit that. Like, I can see it happen, and I can guess that that's what's causing it, but I don't really feel the relationship between mortars and pressure, I guess. Storages are almost useless because of being so trapped for energy. This is a good teaching stage. So was the previous one, actually. Great at erasing large volume of creeper per unit ammo. Are they like equally effective at maximum depth as they are at shallow, which is why they're not effective versus shallow or something? Or not energy efficient, I guess. This one. They clear the same horizontal area regardless of depth down to a certain max depth. Okay, it's a helpful way to think about it. Can I think of my blasters clearing the way, my turrets clearing the way to move my mortar front forward, basically? But only, like, I wouldn't want to do that down here because this is all shallow, but I want to move my mortars forward as much as possible towards the deep parts of the creeper over here, right? Okay. Blasters are guards for the mortars, but the mortars do all the real work. Should I generally be thinking of the blasters as needing to be ahead of the mortars, or they just need to cover... Like, I should be within this blaster's circle, right? It can provide covering fire from behind, it doesn't necessarily need to be ahead of it, front. Let's see if this works the way I think it's gonna work. Hopefully it doesn't die, because if it does I can rebuild it without too much trouble. Should I build another one here? Good on difference of height. Deep creeper. Cannons are better on equal or lower heights. Best on lighter creep because of ammo. Friendly or fast fire. Some more territory up here. And I guess mortars and turrets are both pretty good at leapfrogging each other. Leapfrogging isn't just reserved for two turrets. I'm a little worried about my deficit right now. I might chill out for a second on building new stuff. Guess you don't lose a lot of time moving them. They get to start attacking again pretty quickly after you've moved them, huh? Okay, I could probably really focus on beating this stage, but I feel like this is a really useful stage for me to understand the game mechanics better. So I'm going to move at a little bit of a slower pace as I try to understand it. Appreciate y'all's patience. This isn't great over here. I don't think I have any room. Oh, I could build another one here. Do you have anything that's currently building? Is there any quick way for me to see if I have stuff in the build queue? I guess just look for gray objects, basically. Wish I could move this without fucking up my network. So I definitely want that to be a regular relay. Hopefully this doesn't get me in trouble too much. I think we had enough redundancy there that we were okay. Oh, gray packets. Gotcha. Now this is almost all. Let me see if I can send 2 mortars over here. This is all shallow down here now, right? Oh, that's doing great. Cool. Loving it. Yeah, I got that you don't need to double up green, but it seems worthwhile to make sure that you have redundancy in the network, so if a node falls, it doesn't completely shut down your whole setup, right? Also, I can't move max distance into the creeper with new collectors, so sometimes I have to cover the same area a little bit, even if it's not wonderful to do it that way. See if that guy helps up in the corner there. I think this guy's still helping this turret out a little bit, so I don't want to move him yet. Probably move him soonish. Wish I could cover this a little bit better. I get on this island now, that's nice. I usually would be able to, but there's no space to fit it on, otherwise I would try to cover that. Yeah, it has to be enough space for it, and it can't build over top of it. Yeah. It's a good question, though. I was thinking about that earlier. Oh, I've got some new height up here. That's cool. Can relays connect to... Oh, they totally can. You can come down now. The world is wide enough for both blasters and mortars. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, you're going to take 30 minutes on a level that should probably take you 5 or 10 minutes, but it's helping me to understand the game better. Relays can connect to anything a collector can, but only get a bonus of connection distance with other relays. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So if I had a relay up here... I guess it's not close enough, is it? Maybe put a blaster up here. Oh, I've actually... my deficit is cleared finally after all this time. Holy crap. Finally getting some territory. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to really put my finger on why RTS games are so stressful to me, and I think I'm fine taking 30 minutes to beat a level someone could beat in 5. I don't feel so great about taking 30 minutes to game over on a level that I now have enough information to beat in 30 minutes, right? I think we're getting relays to connect there, unless I can build one across that gap. Oh, I'd have to get it there. Okay. Let me cancel you then. Stray. You can move forward now. You can probably move forward here now. Leapfrog over here. Why are you using a relay on the little island south of your main island instead of a collector? This one here, you mean? It previously connected to this one, but it got destroyed as I was progressing through the stage. That's the one you're talking about. Yeah. I think I needed it to connect these two, because there was Creeper here before. But I see what you're saying, that this could be a collector now, right? Since now it can give me some more territory in that island. Yeah. Built another blaster south of the bottom island. We clear everything to the right of that. I don't think I understand why that's true, but let me do it and see if I can figure it out. Thanks, that's a good tip, sir. Yeah, I guess that's something I should keep in mind, that sometimes I build things for necessity that I can change later, right? Oh, that doesn't have to be a relay anymore, like it was originally when there was all that creeper in the way and I was just trying to rescue soldiers. No, you saw something that I wasn't even seeing, so it was helpful. So it looks like it cleared out before I built something there. I guess I can't pause it, can I? Oh god, don't do that. Options is kind of a pause. So if I can try to understand what Retro was saying, all shallow creeper is not created equal in terms of how quickly it's being replenished. The further away it is from a source node, and the more like turns it has to make around walls and higher elevation areas, the quicker it's going to get cleared when there's a turret at like the choke point where it has to turn, right? Obviously, if I'm trying to clear out shallow creeper right next to a generator, it's just going to refill almost instantly, but it takes a long time for it to fill far from the source nodes. Okay. Do the later games have more stuff in the UI? I feel like you play this game enough, you just kind of get a feel for this, but I wonder if there's a way to indicate like how quickly something's refilling in addition to how deep it is. Shit. Sorry. And we think that this blaster over here might just be able to hold this entire section almost indefinitely, right? And protect it from filling up with creeper. Okay, so here's a question. Let me think of how I think I know what the problem is. I don't know how to phrase it in English yet. Give me a second to think about it. So it really, there's like a throughput. It is like a pipe, right? Like if it's a really narrow path for the water to flow through, it can only flow through at a certain rate, versus it flowing through a wide valley and spreading out over more area. So a strategy is to try to control your choke points as soon as possible, because a single blaster with ammo can keep it from filling over a really, really large area past it. Dev's really into fluid dynamics. I'm just kind of letting the place build up here as I look at the map and try to understand what I'm looking at. I wonder if I could have... Basically, my question is, could I have looked for valley choke points right at the beginning of the level and immediately sent and built blasters there in order to keep these wide sections of lowlands open for me to control territory-wise? The mortar's doing a lot of the work. Yeah, I guess I don't really have a feel for what the mortar's doing right now. Mortar's reducing layer, which is reducing the pressure. I think I can turn the particle effects off after this stage. This just meant to show you Creeper was just destroyed here. Oh yeah, how was the game inspired? It's a plumbing game. Some more speed boosters real quick. I always love stories like that, like about, because a lot of Japanese devs are inspired by things way outside of gaming. Like, oh, I want to make a game about collecting bugs or exploring the woods behind my house. Storage would be useful now. I thought if I have a deficit that storage is basically pointless. By keeping the creeper approaching the choke points shallow, mortars can make it easy for turrets to mop up leftovers. Trader spilled a glass of juice. Pretty great. Oh wow, yes, I see I'm clearing this out a lot all of a sudden. If you only have a single blaster, what happens is that a massive wall of creeper builds just beyond the blaster's range. As the wall builds up, creeper pushes into the blaster's range faster and faster, so mortar keeps the tide away from building up. Okay. So they're both providing constant pressure, but the mortar's providing pressure on a wider area, I guess? Once you've spent the time building a collector, it's not consuming resources anymore, it's only acting as an extra redundant node. Like, the cost you pay for building a collector is the time and the energy units that flow into it initially. But once that's already happened, they're not hurting you by being there unless if they're using up valuable space you need for a different building. Mortar keeps the flow down to a trickle. Blaster keeps the trickle from seeping through. Okay. Yeah, I guess I need to get a better feel for how much work Mortar's actually doing. I can see the value of a mortar when it's really close to Deep Creeper, but I don't see it quite as well when it's closer to Shallow Creeper. Like, I guess it's not so much that it's ineffective against Shallow Creeper, it's that it's ineffective against a small amount of Shallow Creeper, right? If it can hit a really big patch of it, that's very good, and you want that. I want this because I can get it to go up on the top of the thing if I want. If a spare mortar doesn't do anything, you can plop it in a safe area near Deep Creeper to get a feel for how much they erase. Okay. I'm almost done with the stage, I just gotta fit a guy up here. Might be enough to do it. Alright, that should be this. Oh, wait, no, I still have one more in the corner that I didn't see. Whoops. Alright, so I have a little bit more work to do down here. More pressure from Deep Creeper. Makes sense. Build a mortar next to the rift gate I just captured to observe its effect. Okay. Jam, thick jelly. It flows, but it's sticky. Okay. I guess I need to get down there anyway, so having a mortar there is not terrible. A collector doesn't have to be powered for it to be part of the network, right? For it to feed power to things. No, I guess it does, because it can't be, if it's at the end point of the network, any nodes that reach it are going to serve to power it before they can pass on to something else further down the chain. So never mind. Okay, yeah, I'm seeing the mortar when it's right next to the Deep Creeper is just annihilating it. That's awesome. So that's another thing you can try to do. I'm just trying to get vision for this game, so look for choke points, protect them with a blaster and a mortar. Eventually try to get your mortars near the creeper generators. It seems like that's a pretty big deal if you can pull it off. They have to be built, though, in order for... Otherwise, it counts as the end point of that network node, and it won't be able to continue passing energy past it until it builds. So, like, an ammo node will never pass through a building collector, right? It'll always send gray nodes there first before it can even start to send ammo nodes. Gotcha. Mortar and 1 and 2 blasters completely shut down just about any emitter if you've already cleared out all the surrounding creeper. I wish I could turn down the game speed at the start of a stage because I want to take a little bit of time to read in the map and see if there's anything really smart I can do right at the very beginning. I guess I could pause. Alright, I think I can hit exit now. I want to restart so that we get the mist effect turned off. So what is the pause button? I don't think there are any keyboard shortcuts in this one. At least there aren't any mentioned on the game menu anywhere. Oh, this is an interesting stage. Draco, this world was barely inhabitable before the creeper got here, and now it's just a horror to behold. Get us off this rock as quickly as you can. Scanners do show another artifact. Try to pick it up, don't let it delay our escape. I don't think there's a pause option in this game. Yeah, there's no keyboard anything as far as I can tell. Oh, it's this thing here? Ah, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, so now I can look at the stage and think about it for a second. So, okay. A lot of creepers are going to start building inside the caldera. Some are on the edges and they're going to build up. Oh, you can queue up buildings while paused? That's amazing. I'm guessing you get a keyboard shortcut for that later on. So what I don't have a feel for yet is how much I can like plan out my energy coverage early on, or if this is going to get me in trouble. Just don't think there's enough space here unless if I went down a level. Knowing where the creeper is at 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and 4 minutes. Sure. I just want to see what happens if I just focus on energy at the start of the stage, how quickly the creeper becomes a problem. I feel like there's similar lessons in this game to learn as there are in something like Gemcraft. Alright, let's see what happens. Now I'm going to need storage eventually, because there's only ever going to be 2 at the end point all the time. Okay. collection is basically how many nodes that Odin City is able to get per time step. Depletion is how many are being consumed, and deficit is those numbers compared. After you're treading water, yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I want a mortar here to put pressure up top. Okay, if they fill up the right side a little bit. I think I want to change anything just yet. Let's see. I think having both blasters active isn't doing me a lot of favors right now. Do mortars need a certain amount of ammo before they're even allowed to fire initially? Oh, nice. Everything tries to drain to fill in the space that it cleared. Wonderful. It's gonna help a lot for now. I'll try to get another one in the top right corner if I can. That guy back later, we'll see. I'll shut you off again for a bit here. Lock down the map to tread water with 3 mortars. I'm gonna try to build one up here and have the one in the middle here. Just because everything wants to drain back into the caldera and the like, right? Three packets to fire. Okay. This is a good stage for understanding how the mortar works and how the creeper flows after mortar does damage to a really deep section. That's helpful. Yeah, that's why I wanted to pause at the start. I wanted to think about this stage a little bit more before committing, right? So, operating at a deficit here. Yeah, I will in a second. I'm just waiting on my mortars to be good to go. I'm still at a deficit. Oh, is it all falling into the caldera before it turns this corner here? It's only if this is like all the way full, I guess. This is a really cool game. I like this a lot. I think I appreciate it more after having played several RTS games on stream now. I know they're not the same genre, but I think comparing it to an RTS is helpful for me. You're kind of making similar macro decisions. I also think calling it just a tower defense game is kind of doing a disservice to it, since you have to worry about logistics and supply lines too. Usually would classify it as an RTS. Okay, now I think I can start building collectors. Yeah, I can see a lot of parallels to StarCraft. It's helpful to me. Everything's draining. Now, where is that going to? It's not draining off screen, right? I don't understand why that section got destroyed there. The artifact is an enigma. Our science will have to analyze it before we can learn anything from it. It's a fluid dynamics physics simulator tower defense RTS. Was this game originally like a flash game or a browser game? Browser. That makes sense. Was congregate. Interesting. Oh, that's not connected to anything now, yikes. Really? So if it's not connected to the creeper spawn at all, it will... I was actually going to ask that earlier, if it just sits there forever. There was a little bit in this corner here that wasn't connected to another pool, and I was wondering if I was going to have to get a blaster over there to get rid of it permanently. Interesting. Chapter 0 is the tutorial. Evermore has chronon mode on day 7 rotation. User space is authored content. I imagine you can make some cool level creators for this. You basically just have to design the terrain and the placement of the creeper generators, and the physics engine just does everything else on its own, huh? World 4 is now a level editor. So now, like, speed upgrades and Storage upgrades might be merited. Well, I guess if I want to build them sooner, I should build them closer to the base, right? Yeah, I'm just trying to learn best practice for future stages. I feel like once I have a stage under control, it's a good time for me to experiment. That's another thing that I struggle with in like Warcraft and StarCraft, is like if I want to experiment and maybe try a more better strategy, it's at the expense of one that has kind of let me, it's been good enough so far, right? And could lead to me losing and having to start the stage over. World Training Center, gotcha. Screw you, Creeper Source. So what does it mean to be connected to a Creeper Source node as far as natural evaporation is concerned? I think I had to phrase this question. So suppose you've got this elevation here. This is elevation 1, and this is elevation 2. If there's creeper up here towards this ledge, and there's creeper up here just barely full to the ledge, are those considered touching as far as evaporation is concerned, or does this have to be overflowing in order for these to be touching? Path we're taking to reach them in the center of the map. So this is where I want to have relays that get to them directly, basically. It's still connected, okay. So in that case, it wouldn't start to evaporate. See, now it's sending it like there directly. Gotcha. Thanks, that's helpful. The stage went much better than the previous stage. Also, the island stage was kind of a good level, really understand the mechanics a little bit better. You can't just like win through having a shitload of energy output. So it might fall back into the center, is what you're saying. Didn't realize there were still 2 rift nodes. So maybe it didn't evaporate, but maybe one of these mortars took out enough down here that it tried to fall down. Creeper always seeks the lowest level that's dry. Which makes sense. The small amount under the level of the ledge, it's not connected, but if elevation 1 is full, it is connected to elevation 2. Okay, yeah, that was what I thought. Thanks, Stargamer. Kill, energy used, energy collected. Appear to be in a good position on this world. Should be able to reach and energize the totems with reasonable ease. Worlds like this are probably fairly rare, so enjoy this while we can. Don't Don't let the creeper advance into the valley. Position blasters and mortars on the heights that flank the passage into the valley. Yeah, that makes sense. So like here, basically. Actually, let me do that first before I do anything else. Although I guess this is getting me more energy, because it's faster for me to build it the closer it is to the base, right? Maybe I want to get more coverage before I start sending out a single line just to build stuff up there. I don't need this. Let's see what happens. This might be a mistake. We have a pool of it unconnected to anything else. That pool can sustain indefinitely. Pool takes up its entire elevation section. I guess it's going to get over here quickly. I just can't get it to fill up this whole valley here. Alright, so my plan's not going to work quite as anticipated, because this guy's going to get destroyed. But I could build a relay there instead once stuff gets close enough to it. I might need to build an emergency blaster just to kind of keep it at bay as I build here. Is it going to try to fill this entire ridge before it falls all the way down into the deepest part of the valley? No. But it having area to spread out there is going to slow its flow forward, I guess. So have a blaster already ready to go once it gets this close. I think this one's going to get destroyed before I can do something. Especially since it has to build and then it starts sending ammo to it. Okay. Does it want to, is there any like cardinal direction it wants to flow toward, all elevations being the same? Does it try to flow down or south, for example? I assume there's some rule that it wants to go, or is it just, it rolls randomly? Like one of 4 random things? Yeah, I get that it spreads equally, but it has to pick one to start, right? Is it just a random roll then? That's really bad. Pressure's building. High concentration, low concentration. Hopefully this little blaster that can hold this long enough before that flow touches that node there. I could try to move it forward, I guess. I have enough energy to build another turret, so I guess I'll do that now. Definitely gonna blow up my network in a second, yep. So I was close, but not quite. Let's try this one again. Having all that energy at the start was pretty good, but I think I really want to get that choke point covered first. Start building a blast right away, that's a good idea. Also, I know now that it's going to want to flow this way, so if I build it a little bit to the left of the entrance, I get a little bit more time for this to build out. Let's see if this works. There's an option for double speed, right? Oh, up and down arrow, toggle this during the game. So there is a keyboard shortcut. Now I can start just advancing this to my nearest. So this can hold that spot for long enough. Let's see. Doing okay on energy, so I'll build another one now. Oh, but now I've got a deficit problem where the turret can't do as much. Interesting. Hey, go team. Oh shit, that's crazy. And unfortunate. I didn't realize it was already climbing up on that ridge there. Need to still be connected to shit. Cover this ridge for a second. Clean an indefinite spill. Basically, yeah. It's not wrong, actually. Can we survive long enough? I think even just a single shot from the mortar is going to make my life much easier here. Beautiful. Okay, let's start building collectors now. Keep it low until the plumber arrives, yeah. So this is basically a plumbing game. I think that little pool up there is going to become a problem if I don't take care of it soon. Triggering. I like that there's a lot of things that there's emergent strategy just from the way the level's laid out, especially since you can't move Odin's city. Like, it's kind of cool that the developer can make a map or someone can make a user map without really thinking about the layout or trying to make a level that's trying to teach the player something, and like some optimal strategies already exist on that screen that weren't intentionally created by the developer, right? It's cool having physics-based games like this. I think I have sustain now. Oh, I can definitely see some intent in the level design so far. But I like emergent complexity in game design. I've talked about it before with the idea that, like, if the Hearthstone developers create a set of new cards with some set of mechanics, a deck now exists in their ecosystem whether they intended it to be a good deck or not, just based on the interactions of those cards, and that meta is discovered by the players, not invented by players, and not invented by the developer. Sometimes the developer can do it on purpose, and there's a couple games where the development cycle is built around the developers trying to control what the meta is instead of allowing it to be discovered naturally from mechanics. Like Reaper of Souls legendary system, very rarely do players come up with something that wasn't explicitly intended by Blizzard. But that's exactly how it worked back in Diablo 2. They would just have crazy effects in the game and players would figure out, ah, these things combo really well, blah blah blah. Yeah, it sounds like Path of Exile is a lot of discovered mechanics, right? I'm sure the devs add things with specific build concepts in mind, but like how I was going to turn on fast mode at the beginning of this level just to kind of get up to where the choke point was, and now I'm just playing on fast mode, no problem. It's great. Wave dashing becomes a dominant strategy, and it is in no way an intended mechanic by the devs. Yeah, you're not wrong. You can move forward now. Yeah, as soon as I held the choke point, we were safe right away. For sure. It's a good stage for demonstrating the importance of holding choke points. The importance of the high ground. It's over, Anakin. Unique items go for a chance orb in Trade League suddenly cost 5x all halfway through immunity because someone found a way to use it in a different way. That's cool. Octan. Oh god. Still in the city of alarm, we have trouble coming. One of the scientists we rescued a couple worlds back has critical information for us. He and his crew spent some time in orbit around this world and they observed something unexpected. Creepers started producing aerial spores. They're launched from great distances and target human-made structures. When they land, they release patches of creeper that immediately destroy anything in the vicinity. Nearby nano schematic for missile technology the Octans are working on. This is an interesting update to the design space. It's constantly bombarded by meteor debris. I like how they gave you the, like, all I have to do is control the choke points and then the level's over. Smack! No, you idiot. There's something new you have to put up with. I guess this also brings in... This game just basically, like, ultra-degenerate StarCraft. With turrets versus ground units. And modeling enemy units is just a constantly flowing horde of water. Build redundancy in your network. Spores make it through. You don't want to have a whole section of the network lose power. Identified a potential weakness in the creeper. If you get a blaster in range of a creeper emitter and eliminate any surrounding creeper, a single blaster can cap off the emitter. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we gotta get that tech right away. Probably do the thing they mentioned about capping off the creeper. That down actually. No, it's definitely not a big height distance difference. Might end up being a problem. Let's see, let's try building a blaster nearby so I can move it forward into the creeper. So it gives us 3 endpoints right at the start. Let's see how this goes. So it tells you when the spore attack's gonna trigger. Okay, that's appreciated. Gets rough when it's 4 endpoints, yikes. We need to tone that down at the start a little bit. Hopefully keep the deep creeper from getting too close here. I'm probably going to have to restart this one a couple times to kind of get a feel for it. This one seems quite a bit more dangerous than the stages I've done before this one. So this is elevation 2. So once it fills up, then it will be starting to overflow at that point. Okay. See if that's enough to hold off that flow for a bit. So news commander, the missile tech can be utilized to create a surface-to-air missile system. SAM unit should be one to shoot down incoming creeper spores. Build these units, spread them around your base. Move them around as you expand your base. Okay, I got 24 seconds until a spore attack here. Gonna get hit by at least one spore. That's bad. And it targets a building, basically, and immediately destroys part of it. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, but now I have 2.5 minutes until that happens again. Okay. That's not so bad. So basically now I just have to cover my shit, right? Ooh, Lost Odyssey. I'm excited to play more of that. Played quite a few hours already from it being on Subblock a long time ago. So basically now I just have to think about making sure that my units are covered from spores all the time. About as far as I've gotten to. I think this guy's doing me a lot of favors right now. Go ahead and build another SAM here. Probably should have let the mortar finish first, but that's okay. I've made bigger mistakes in the past. So it helps that it targets the deepest possible tile, because that makes all of the creeper in that same area try to flow back to that tile, I guess. They're gonna flow into the closer ones now. Might lose a couple buildings. Oh, I didn't realize that my nodes over there weren't covered. Fix that now. Why don't you go help up here? What did blasters favor? I thought they try to favor creeper that's like risking destroying buildings. It looks like it wants to try to go for stuff that's a lower elevation. Closest to the turrets. Wait on that SAM to build and fill up with ammo, and then I should have some... should alleviate my deficit a little bit. Right now I'm just in... Let's see what my situation is with coverage. Just build another one up here. I like that the way those work, like you only have to supply them once and then they're not really an energy drain after that in order to continue to provide you with benefits. Should get coverage down in these last remaining areas, because why not? I built that thing in a bad spot, bummer. Redundancy's good. Once I build them, they're built. Let's see. I guess collectors... Oh, that's right, they don't extend below the terrain level that you're currently on. I gotta keep that in mind. So running a deficit. I think that I'm completely protected from spores the next time they spawn anyway. Go missiles. Did you get unlucky and have the spores spawn somewhere where they can hurt you more, basically? Put that guy closer and then move it up once it's full on ammo. Target a random specific node in your network. And then each of your SAMs can only fire 2 missiles per spore round, basically. So if you're relying on one to cover a large area, you could get in trouble if they all target the same general area at once, right? I didn't see if I'd filled this thing up on ammo before I moved it. Might have been a mistake, we'll see. I have not. Hopefully get ammo, gets ammo in time to help here. There we go. I think I can get another mortar up here that would help with the goop all the way at the top. Speed it up real quick. Everything's fine, thank you missiles. Oh, it still got there though. Is the missile just too slow to travel? Thank God for redundancy in the network. Should be hitting deeper creeper over there. If there's anywhere else I can build a productive mortar here. I can get into the deep creeper. We're in a really high deficit though. I guess I can safely move it now. Not a lot of room though. Closer to the source of the creeper, you mean? More isn't always better. Positioning is important. Sure. I think you want to consider the space where the mortar things land needs to cover as much deep creeper as humanly possible. So when it explodes, you want it to be in like this, because this is really deep and it's going to take out multiple levels and it's all going to fall down into the deeper sections. See what happens once all these mortars are built. How badly energy starved I'm going to be. A little nervous. Might help a lot having that launch all the way on the right there. Nice. Definitely starting to deplete the deep pools down here now. Hopefully my anti-air takes care of it just fine. Did. Everything's fine. Nothing is ruined. Wonderful. Okay. Let's see if I can make some progress down here. Though my mortar up here might die. I don't know if this turret can handle it by itself. Oh shit, I moved a SAM on accident. I didn't mean to do that. Let's not do that. I was trying to move a turret. Now that this is mostly... Disarm that guy, I think. He's mostly hitting shallow. I'll try building another blaster here and see if I can start building into that area. Very nervous about my current deficit. And smell victory. We shall see. Now, let me think if I can understand this. This is a smaller pool for this creeper generator to fill than this one. Is one of these easier to try to reclaim with blasters than the other as a result? This guy? I guess he was important before. There's more room for it to fill, basically. Now they're just maintaining. Oh, I did finally lose my turret up at the top. Shit, that's bad. Try building one here, charging it, and then sending it in, see if that works. Since it's got two of them backing him up. Is this gonna flow down before it flows in here? There's just a chance of it happening every second. Good. Okay. Excuse you, Ben. Oh shit. I guess the missiles can miss sometimes or something? Disarm you so you have full ammo. Can I rearm it while it's flying over there? Oh, I don't think so. Wait, no, I can. Very good. Hopefully it'll be able to hold its own for a quick second once it lands. Fingers crossed. Nope. Need a little bit more coverage there. Is there a way to place that missile better so that it would get there in time next time? This guy's mostly hitting shallow now too. Turret, you can do it up there, buddy. I believe in you. Really? Shit, that was what I was worried about was gonna happen just there. Alright, I have to make some changes here. Let me think about what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm just worried if I turn off my mortars that I'm gonna get in big trouble. See what happens if I turn them off for a bit here. It's not really going to get me any further into there. Guess I can turn them on as it gets full to get extra value out of them and then turn them back off. That'll get me some extra energy there if they can hold that little square. Let's get me a little bit more energy. Try getting another turret here. Turn these on occasionally for a shot, just to clear some of the nastiest gunk. Oh, I lost my energy thing. Shoot. I feel like I really need to shut down one of these, I desperately need to shut down one of these by just getting a single blaster next to it after the rest of it is covered. It's okay if those blow up, I guess, because it's just resources I'm not using. I'm gonna rethink this stage here in a second, because I think as long as I have these two mortars up that I can hold here indefinitely. Alright, let me think. I could get a little bit higher up here. I don't have space. Yeah, I started with a single mortar in the center. That's what this guy was. These ones are a little bit closer to the deepest parts, though. Try it and see what happens. I try turning them all on and see what happens here. If I can get it to be dry enough that one of the mortars hits this high zone up here. Alright, the mortar will only hit on the elevation it touches, though. It can't blast here and then hit some of the creeper up above it, right? Sorry, I'm just trying to think here. So I'm not running a deficit now. Let me build some storage. I guess while I'm holding, I may as well get storage and speed up, since things are so far away from the base. That might help me a bit going forward. Please don't shoot the one thing that's not covered by a missile. Good show. Oh no! Stay safe. Bloody. Alright, let's do more speed ups. Because once it's built, the cost is already paid. Speed might be enough to make the difference here, we'll see. Try turning one of these off here. I think this one's more in the center. Let's keep this one on and turn off the other one. Keep going with this. Maybe what I can do is I can sustain here with a single mortar, and then use this opportunity to build a bunch of speed ups and a bunch of storage containers, and then store up a bunch of energy, and then try to make a big push before I start building a deficit. I think that that's possible. Well, let's not do multiples at once. Each storage you build adds 20 to your bankable energy. This is the first level where I'm seeing the value of storage. It has kind of been superfluous up till now, but I'm like, man, I'm really treading water here, what's going on? And I think it's for making a push like this when you've got this really tight corridor to move through. To do more speed ups eventually, but I'm not going to stress out about it too much right now. I just need to be able to make a little bit of leeway up here. When it lands, hopefully that's enough to hold that area a little bit. Get him, missiles. Get it. So not at a deficit yet. Problem is it wants to shoot down here where I don't really care about it. I really want it to try to shoot open up on the top. Turn this on really quick just to clear some of this really deep shit. You there, stop firing. Thank you. Hopefully this guy will catch me up over here. You need to be rearmed before you land. Yeah, I think so. This guy's just barely gonna survive up here, I guess. Can I micro them, turn them on as I need them? Seems like that could work. Alright, I might have enough turrets to start advancing here, finally. Do this real quick before my banked energy runs all the way out. Now I'm running a deficit, which ain't great. I'm gonna get a mortar up here, stats. Hit this deep pool up in the north, then I can turn it back on. I think this one is already full ammo. Oh yeah, that's the dream right there. This is all I needed to do, is get a mortar high enough up here. Whew. Saves energy while treading water. Oh, thanks for the SAM coverage reminder. Well, you don't target all this. That would be bad. That's fine. This next one's about to not be fine, though. Goodbye. Okay, that could have been way worse. This one moving again. Yeah, this one I just built here, or is there another one you're talking about? I've got 2 minutes. Wait a second before building a couple more SAMs in the northwest here. So, you know, you go here. Good call. Thank you. Build some more SAMs. Looks like some SAM redundancy is useful in case the creeper comes at you in a weird angle or something. This is a cool stage too. Definitely teaching me different lessons. I like how you really need to cover like every possible tile that you can muster in this one. Could have gotten that sooner, but stressed about coverage. I mean that the spores come from the north, so you want to favor covering them from the north, or the top of the screen, I should say. It's a new elevation, isn't it? Oh, I guess not. Huh. Or there's that line there. I guess it just happens to match that vertical line, so I thought that that was going up there. Some potential more room to expand then. Is it that they fall from the north, so you want to kind of concentrate your missile defenses north if possible? It's a bad noise. Oh, shit. That's why that was a bad noise. Uh-oh. This could be bad in a second, we'll see. Guess it's letting me build some energy for a quick second. There we go. I'll put this pool in the northeast, please. If I can lock down that emitter, I can collect from that whole basin. Yeah. Trying to think what the best way to do that would be. I'd probably have to send in a trio of turrets to start making ground on it, right? Beautiful. I think this one's gonna force me to learn about locking down emitters. I need to get into the pools to get to those things. Turn you back on. I'll wait to move him for a second here. Looks like my missiles are gonna be ready just in time. I was hoping to lock down right away at the start of the map, but I wasn't quick enough. Alright, focus more on getting the anti-spore tech. So, you phrase it as a reminder. Should I not be thinking about SAMs as covering areas? They should always be just covering like a line so that they can't descend below that line? Do they always fall from the top of the screen on every map? Every single time? These blasters are wasting energy all the time. It's an expanding border of protection. I always come from the same direction on a particular map. Okay. Okay. Very nice. That's all starting to dry up. Claim the rest of this territory. Pretty much have this map unlocked. Just have to get to that one over there. Really, I should only be using blasters, turrets to advance specific bits of territory and always using them to leapfrog over each other and place more collectors, right? If they're just sitting there, like, mortars are applying a constant pressure. That's the mortar's job. Blasters are more for making small little advancements that you might be able to turn permanent, depending on the geography of the stage. This is a safe map for spores. There's not a lot of them coming at once. Save the day! Okay, that makes more sense. I didn't think I really understood that about the spores earlier, unfortunately. Shit. Tried to save it, I wasn't fast enough. I didn't realize that they had to traverse past ones in the north in order to get to the ones in the south. I thought they weren't targetable until they were close to their target, if that makes sense. Pressure versus push. should be... I guess I gotta get this one up here. Story maps are one side of the map for spores. There are customs that are more than one direction. No reason to confuse the issue. So I gotta get over to this one now. I probably need to build more. I don't know how many turrets can hold this spot over here. But one's not enough. One's definitely not enough. Okay. Well, you can save turrets. That's good to know. I probably have to shut down one of the emitters, right? To be able to hold that a little bit better. But I guess the problem is that there's two emitters in there, huh? Let's send them over here to get this one first, I guess. What makes the northeast basin easy to cap, do you think? Mortar being in range. Does the mortar like try to pressure the emitter when possible, or it just likely will because that's where most of the concentration is going to likely be? And the rule is a single blaster, once it's in range of an emitter, can manage it forever, basically, so long as there's not creep coming at it from another direction or something. Let's make sure you're in range of something there. Basically, they fire as often as the emitter produces creeper, I guess. Okay. Is it safe enough? Does the creeper get destroyed before it exists, if that makes sense? No. So you can't build a building right on, almost on the same tile. Or at least it can't overlap the tile. No, I've got that one covered. Okay, I see. I just have to remember that the turrets I've assigned have to be there forever, basically, but this turret could start pushing again. Gotcha. Now I can move these mortars, right, because they're not necessary if the emitters shut down. Near a capped emitter's energy waste. Will it still try to shoot at it fruitlessly? speed real quick. Yeah, I can build a bunch of collectors in here again, that's right. If there's any creeper at all on mortars, and the blasters will both try to hit it. Sure. That's bad. It's out of range. Yeah, I saw that. So this one won't be able to shut this one down because there's still pressure coming from behind, right? I guess it'll keep it from sending anything east of it, but I'm not stopping the stuff coming from the west. I should be able to just get it here. No, maybe not. I need to have one more turret over there first. Is it a problem if it tries to shoot at both emitters? Can I like move it a tile, right? I guess I don't want to move it because while I'm moving it, it could create a problem. Okay, it took me a long time, but I think I got the idea. Extra packet every couple seconds, okay. Tucana. Uh-oh, Commander, we've drifted to the specific coordinates, or specified coordinates, ended up on Tucana, and the city's in a terrible position. Surrounded by creeper, and there's precious little high ground. Normally try to relocate the city to high ground. It would be cool to make a, like, action game in this setting. You're just constantly running away from the creeper trying to get to high ground. To act quickly and save the city, mortars will be instrumental. Build a collector network rapidly and take advantage of the 4 craters around the city. You could do like a battle royale where instead of there being like a fog that converges on a location, everyone starts in lowlands. And there's like creeper emitters. And you have to like climb up at the end of the game is just at the top of a mountain or whatever. So instead of it being fog that like comes from the outside of the map in, it starts from the bottom of the map and rises up. Build a collector network rapidly and take advantage of the 4 craters around the city. These craters will buffer the creeper for a while as they fill up. Once full, only the gods can help us. Don't let them get full. Approach an emitter with blasters and mortar to provide cover. You might be able to get a single blaster in range to cap off the emitter. Once capped, you can free most of the resources it takes to hold back the creeper from that emitter and focus on the next emitter. Some creative stuff in the user-made levels. That was kind of fun with it being in the corners like that. This is a pretty sucky level, isn't it? Spreading out in 4 directions at once isn't going to be great at the start. But I'm getting a lot of coverage per new collector. So I guess we'll see what happens. I guess these are almost all going to get destroyed immediately because of the way the water is set up, huh? So maybe having it built this far out is kind of pointless. Let's do 3 to start. Hopefully the craters spare us for a little bit. That's pretty terrifying. This is a cool stage. Alright. Do I keep building at the edges, or do I start trying to build something to protect the... Now, I don't see a timer for spores. That means I don't have to worry about spores at all on this level, right? Just want to be able to target the deepest part of the crater, I think. I might have to restart this one a couple times as I see how it's going to work. Unfortunately, those are all acting as separate endpoints, slowing down the rate. I probably should have done 1-2 mortar instead of 1-2-3 and a mortar. That could be my death here, we'll see. Definitely going to lose the one in the top right corner here in a second. I think I can just restart this one and build fewer collectors, and I should be okay. It always wants to fill... Water always wants to go down before it spreads out. Mortar's about to blow in the bottom left. Will they ever heal once they've taken damage? Wow, this is crazy. They do heal. Okay, let me think about this now then. Got pretty low for sure. I think it's better in the later games. Shoot, keep wanting to hit space to pause. I like this level a lot. That's going to be tricky to build up there. Let me not go too crazy with this. 4 at a time. Is there a hotkey for pausing? Thank you. A helps. P. It's P. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Rearm them. This is a good one for teaching you how low ground works in terms of it trying to reach you, right? So running a deficit, even with my new territory. If I let them fire for too long, they really run up a deficit, it turns out. Let's keep adding more collectors here. Maximize coverage if we can. God for pause. I didn't think you could pause at all in this game before, and I was a little nervous. Yeah, selectively turning them off to try to save power. Might be too dangerous. I think I want to start building stuff on these ridges here, but I'm still not power neutral on the mortars, so a microing on pause. Does it really count as microing if you're not at full speed? I guess so. I can probably start doing collections soon. Storage, I mean. Okay, now we're neutral. That's exciting. Yeah, I'm gonna add redundancy soon. I'm not planning on moving anything at the moment. Just trying to have something going here. Probably want to start pushing forward to try to get to one of these emitters. Let me think. I guess I'll try to go for more coverage first. It's one of those games where time starts to move by really fast without realizing it. I was worried that this was going to be like, I'd be looking at the how long to beat timer and being like, oh man, this game's taking forever. It's kind of like Factorio in that respect. It's like, shit, has it really been 3.5 hours? Okay, let me see if I can build a few more storage units. So I feel like one of the, it's not maybe the correct usage of storage, but a correct usage of storage is to build up for a temporary push that you eventually try to make permanent, right? I think I'm neutral just with my current territory, so maybe I can even build in here without having to constantly turn my mortars on and off. See if I regret this in a second. You're gonna beat a level in half an hour. I realize within 10 minutes you need to restart and do a more optimal strategy. It's interesting. I mean, I'm running a slight deficit at the moment, but I should overcome it soon. Wish I could get something up on that ledge. So I'm in a deficit while I'm building them. We're at exactly 0, aren't we? Start thinking more about what I'm doing here. Oh, now I'm starting to accrue some energy. That's cool. So why is I think if I can ask this, why did I go from my depletion and collection being even to me coming out ahead a little bit? Is it just tiny little quirks in what the deepest spot the mortars are hitting, where it's like getting slightly more value on one turn than it did the turn prior? Time step prior, I should say. That's unfortunate. I wonder if I can get a little more efficient by covering 2 craters at once. I don't really have any mortars. I don't have a path that's big enough to hit the deep end of 2 at the same time. Alright, let me do a few more things since I'm treading water right now. Let's make another storage unit or 2. And I'll do some speed upgrades, and then I'll plan to start trying to cap off the emitters. You can't save mid-map in this game, right? You have to beat a level to save. So firing less as you have more empty ground. Okay, so our stop time in this game might be variable. Basically, when I beat this level, I'm gonna wrap. We'll go over if we have to. Sorry, I'm just sitting here to think for a second. Territory increases are very nice. Okay, let's think. Think. I think it's time for me to start pushing. I'm going to be pushing that far to the edges. I want to have as much speed as humanly possible, you know? Let me also try to maximize my coverage here while I'm treading water. Try to eke out as much as I can here. Seeking a few more speed upgrades around the center. I guess it's not great that they're all building up at the same time, building up some deficit here. It'll clear in a second, I guess. I'll let the deficit clear and let my energy build up a little bit, and then I'm going to try to start taking a corner. I think if it makes sense for me to keep building storage, just so that I can push temporarily for a bit. I think which emitter I should go for first as well. There's my energy max. Perfect. Blaster, like right here, please. Like right here, please. I thought I was on double speed, it's just I've got so many speed nodes, everything's fast as hell, it's great. Let's see if this is overkill. I might end up having to disable it and put another blaster in front of it. Oh, the crater shape is the meanest in the northeast? Really? I didn't really think about how they could be different. That's interesting. It's like slightly smaller. I see. That's why I've got less territory over there. Sure. Set those energy, send you forward. Still doing okay, even with 2 blasters. Seeing the heat maps. This is working pretty well. Pretty great. Do some damage here to the deep creeper in the corner there, I think. Nice. This is awesome. This is a great level for teaching about this particular way of capping an emitter. It's kind of nice because, like, the previous level, you could cap an emitter. Or I guess you probably would do it the hard way. Here you're going to learn probably the best way to do it, I would imagine. Alright, that's cool. And now I can redirect my forces. Just get full coverage down here. I really like that you can tread water in this game. Oh god, whoa, that was my mistake. Whoops. That's right, I need to keep one behind. My bad. Oh god, it's about to be really bad. Hold another blaster to fix this. Fucked up. I know what I did wrong though. For some reason I was like, oh, I got it taken care of. Everything's fine. Nope, everything is not fine. Forgotten that you were using one of them to cap an emitter. And you're just like, whoa, what the fuck's happening? Let's build a mortar down here. Or I guess I got an extra one up here that I was using before for this purpose. Okay, so there's kind of a look to it when it's capped off emitter, I see. Better prepared now. In order for it to fully have it capped off, it needs to have a steady supply of ammo, though. Gotcha. Uh-oh, that was that problem y'all were talking about. Hopefully that thing fills up in time for me to resupply it. Alright, this map teaches you lots of lessons. Capped emitters spend waste packets more slowly. That's nice. I guess I can expand down in here now, huh? May as well. Build another blaster. This is a really cool stage. I like how the stages can have you doing just vastly different things with the same tools. It's continuing to list ways I like this better than a typical RTS. Like, I feel like you have a toolkit in an RTS game, and at least in the campaign mode, the aim is to use the toolkit in one particular way. You might have like 2 or 3 things where you go, oh, okay, they've got this enemy, so I should build slightly more of this unit to deal with it. But in general, since you don't have perfect information, you don't see what the map looks like when you first load in, you kind of just have to build something that's going to be as generally effective as possible. But here, you don't really have to do that because you know what the map looks like, so you can build things in a very different order. Focus on one thing first. As long as you get to a point where you can tread water. But you have infinite resources and the computer is pressuring you at a constant rate, right? I think that's really important. Oh, jeez. Save them! Pretty good destruction there. Just being able to cap him there. Fantastic. Don't move both of them this time, you big dummy. Wish I could see the hypothetical influence of ending controllers or collectors. I can still have that gray circle in place. Maybe at least while I'm placing them. Guns outran your advance, you lost the ground you took. Build another one. I like that the positioning, they can use the positioning of the totems for exiting the stage to ensure that you play the level a certain way. It's kind of the way for the developer to, like, nudge you in a certain play direction. It's kind of cool. meant to teach you one or two relatively narrow lessons each. In a typical RTS, most stages are very complex. Take a lot of effort to build, meaning every stage has to pull the duty of 3 of these stages. Yeah. No, I hear what you mean. Slowly on the road to domination. This game hasn't all the way clicked for me yet. I'm obviously not playing super well, but even just seeing the difference between me 4 hours ago and now is pretty great. And I think that's all the game, right? And that's the feeling of frustration I've had with a lot of the RTS games we've played, is I don't feel that they're meant to be really played blind. They're not meant to sight read a map and beat it without gaming over and learning a lot of stuff about the layout. Unless if you're a veteran at the genre. I'm so used to games that teach you how to play them. I think H Bomber Guy calls it play conditioning, where the way the mechanics subtly kind of funnel you into making certain decisions without the game pumping up text and saying, you should do this, right? I think it's story mode. I have to double check what's specified on how long to beat. It's enough to log it down. Not quite. Almost, though. I guess now it does. Alright. Well, I've had chat helping, so that's a big boon. Don't move the blaster. I've definitely played games, though, where this is like the first time I've ever played a game in this genre. And the game does a pretty good job of bringing me up to speed, or at least making it feel that every time I make a mistake that it's clear what I did wrong and what I can do to repair it next time. I think that this game lets you learn from your mistakes by allowing you to tread water. A different RTS game, you might die, 40 minutes into the map and be like, what could I have done? But here you can sit and go like, oh, when I do this, I get wrecked. What should I do differently so I don't get wrecked? Tread water or fail fast, exactly. Yeah, it's a timed death thing. I really think the more I think about it, that's my problem with RTS games. You can commit a fatal error and not know that you committed a fatal error for a very long time, and it makes it very hard to learn. Organically from your mistakes. I guess another thing too is that in an RTS, because of the fog of war, you can feel like you're treading water because the computer hasn't built up their army enough to start advancing on you, and then suddenly this giant army just attacks you 15 minutes into the map and you're like, whoa, I didn't realize that was happening. behind the scenes all this time, right? I kind of like how your army just advances at the end of these maps. It's pretty cool. Good game for turtling. I think I win if I put a collector here, actually. Made some mistakes with that little baby turret, but it's okay, the game gave it to me. I didn't deserve it. Not for long, though. Here we go. Sweet. Perfect timing. Yeah, this game's 2009, so it's learned from decades of RTS games. Well, we say you've only played older RTS games, but like, what even is a modern one? StarCraft 2? It's kind of a dead genre. I think I asked that a couple times during Warcraft and StarCraft, that like, what even happened to the genre, and has no one made a modern game design informed modern RTS? It's almost like when you make an RTS now, if you do make one, you're making it for the crowd that's already super familiar with it, so no one's really concerned with introducing new people to it. Difference between older and more modern ones, amount of quality of life and micro macro. Cool. I'm enjoying this game very much. Way more than I was expecting. I was a little bit nervous. I always get a little bit stressed out whenever we play a game in this genre, but this one's really fun, and I feel like I'm making progress. I'm not playing well, but I'm playing well enough, and I'm at least seeing where I could be doing things better, so that's cool. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up for the rest of the week.